Hello everyone, and welcome to today's stream. I am Mage 1011, and today we are doing more Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, part 13 it looks like? And last time we completed the world Unsundered, and found out the root cause of the final days. And this time, we're going to continue the story and report our findings. Tataru, you have a knack for timing, turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception. Mage, incredible timing as always. I heard you were off to the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. As the heavens burn. Though you and Kryle both have news to share, hers is perhaps the more urgent. So, have you learned aught of more of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time in the first, events here have taken a turn for the worst. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alphinaud and Alize have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Locus Amadius is one of the worst afflicted. Thancred and Estinian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer an aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the basket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years in the making, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it was still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued to Master Fortunat to the people of Radzatan. Following their discussion, Vritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where the things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and declared its use and decided its use to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Honish refugees to the tower, Alfanald and Alize, Estinian and Grahatia traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly in the sight of peace, the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were set upon by sent to rendezvous with Master Fortunant. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Wolf Mage. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first point of call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. Speak with Lucia at Camp Broken Glass. There we go. Oh, but before we do, talk to Kyle, I'll be sure to let Thancred and Ystola know you're back. At least they're still responding to their link pearls. It pains me to send you off alone into the unknown peril after you've only just returned, but 12 willing, you won't be alone for long. Now we teleport. What the? Suzuki009, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Wolf Mages Guild. Hope you enjoy your stay. Wolf Mage, and not a moment too soon. Skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the ceremony greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glaucias that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. I would have joined them immediately. Additional support. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing for the Magna Glaucia, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. I am currently level 88. I have my best gear. We're ready. However, there's something off. Something not glowing. There we go. There we go. Sorry if I butchered your name, by the way. I suck at reading names. Else, earlier on the Magna Glock,
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
So who are we playing as? Alphanode or Estinian?
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Oh, Proto 2.0. Let's see. Let me quickly change to that. There you go.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Okay.
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
No.
Those who can stand, come with me.
dun, dun, dun.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
There we go. Luffy or does this?
Got you! Heh.
Luffy or does this? Doses.
Fight hard, but not hard enough!
There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid, for once.
We can speak of it more later.
For now,
We must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Who are we playing as? I'll find it's Alize! God, I love Alize. Here. Emboldened. Crimson Savior. So that's her AoE. There we go. Give a couple Verkeers. Break. Luesha.
I'm fine.
Not today.
Millionaire. He's going to that one. I need to go to this one. Oh. Verkeers, 10% Verkeers.
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. There!
Let's see what her limit break looks like.
On guard!
Damn. Alize's taking no bullshit.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Oh, hey! Thanks for the subscription! Nazi? Thank you. I'm back. You've done well in my absence. This is precisely why you never skip your squat regimen. I'll do this one.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Take chance. See, it's going to be this middle first, then that side, then this side.
Just the beginning.
I had a feeling I'd find you here.
What's up?
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Thank you for the follow. I'll read that name in a moment, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Wolf Mages Guild. This is a mechanic that was in the Bahamut boss fight. No mercy.
Damn you!
I figured it was fitting that I used Gunbreaker for here.
Leave the healing to me.
Ready for the big combo?
I am in your debt.
Now, where were we?
Nice, okay. Duty complete.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
That the final day should manifest here too, after everything these people have suffered. 'Tis a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with the allies old and new at our side, there is yet a reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since we last spoke. For some time, I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, and about the events that took place while I was received treatment. It was only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. This is the contingent's base of operation, I take it. Though there'll be time later to discuss your journey to the first, there is one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Lena and Becklog both warned me against overtaxing myself. Strange that they would express such similar sentiment. Identical, in fact, but their advice is duly noted. We couldn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the first turned up. To see Xena standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt even he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Outside help. Lucia is taking stock of the present situation.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Ffxiv Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Ffxiv. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom? Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more. Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw! That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Have you back?
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Moment, Mousy. I'm going to join the voice call in RZ's Discord really quick to see what you mean by that. Why, hello there.
Hello.
What do you mean by that?
I found a Tarask in Dravania. I took it on and it basically one-shot me.
Ah.
You know the one in Dravania?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
It's a massive fucking like turtle. Turtle dragon.
Turtle dragon. Yeah, I've never fought them.
I know they give minion drops, but I don't know what.
Yeah, that's probably a really high level, what is it called? An A rank, thingy?
I think I accidentally tried to like solo a world boss. I think is what it was.
Yeah, that's a world boss.
Whoops. That was my bad.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't help.
No, it's fine. I started taking it on and I'm like, any tips?
Yeah, I've never tried that world boss.
Don't worry about it. I don't want to take too much time from your stream.
It's okay.
I know you're in the middle of Endwalker and whatnot.
Yeah.
Listening in.
Are you enjoying oh, I forgot the name of the DLC. Heavensward?
Heavensward. Yes, I'm really enjoying it.
That's nice.
I just got through
What's the name of the most recent dungeon you did?
I just did my first trial.
First trial, okay.
That's Ffxiv.
Ah, yes, the Bugman.
Yes, I hate how those people move.
Yeah.
It makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, you mean the people who summoned the Primal?
Yes, both. Like, Yeah, that makes my skin crawl way too much for my
Well,
taste.
they are bugs.
Yeah, just fair.
Anyway, I'm gonna drop out of the call and let you continue your story.
Well, I can let's keep listening to in on your stream.
Okay, sorry I couldn't help.
No, it's not a problem. I'll leave it to it though.
Okay, let's talk to Oriange. I dare say Master Fortunat was non pleased, non-plussed, plussed. As we too learned the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rosta. Let's see, nearest Aetheryte is over here. At the last stand. Valdesian Annex. Not that I'm complaining, Uriandre, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I the extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken the Loporits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Cryo tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study into the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nadana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon, or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim. We have but one arm to aim to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Vana I knew would never give up. No, but Meteon is still out there. That may... that's my impression, too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me to conduct her as a conduit for her will, or provide such clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon whosoever she has made her, wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity comes first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of Arnvold and other Echo-blessed allies. We couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of auspice for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required at the Rusta, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let us hear what they have to say. Grahatia? Do you think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one soul into the distant past? The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future I unmade, whose selfsame efforts saw the aeternal calamity averted. In this timeline, at least, too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Aetheris now. After sending Graha and Estinium back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Amadius for a time. Being an important province, it was already in Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Antitower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Hydaelyn using the Opus Flower. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I could only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Van Daniel, and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The roster reminds me a bit too much of the Supremely Society Tribal in Ishgard. Tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. Father has granted us an opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. To the Rasta. Well, that was much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glacius didn't go unnoticed. 'Twas Hydaelyn's commandment that in the event of Zordiark should perish, the Loporrits were to deliver the people of Aetheris from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of that great expanse and the means of its travel. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed at the Great Works. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it is our right to choose. So, to the Rasta. Rasta Steward. The forum is in session, and as such, the Rasta is closed to visitors. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door, lest you forget. This sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. As we walk on through, past the
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, We will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose Sharlayan has labored these many long years.
Hello, Eddie. It goes well.
We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Olivia! Hello! Thank you for the follow and welcome to the Wolf Mages Guild. Hope you enjoy your stay. We are progressing through Endwalker, and as you can see, we have just went over the forum. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, but I had I been of a mind to look for them. But contemplating that possibility only serves to further only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship flying to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to traverse this to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken out loud. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Loporrites. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Charlie, and the potential for mischievous misadventures is nigh infinite. Perhaps if Midgard Sommer were still alive in the traditional sense, that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speed. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. For the further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observation of the celestial bodies. As such, the sun and moon but from your account, it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in similar manner. I mention this because while Vana knew the final days would reoccur at a different point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the forum's propulsion to escape the preparations to escape to the moon align so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. While I very much take issue with the forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflict. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Phew, I'll admit, bringing up the issue of the forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more inspiring, though, was when Alphinaud took up on was when they took Alphinaud up on his offer. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn the forum's replacement for the Antitower, though I expect that in time they shall share that too with us, and with Master Matoya if they have any sense. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the forum's decision. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means to communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves in the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aetherburner. I'd like to think it is not a challenging beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how the Aetherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. That is a bat. Baby bat. Feed the bat. Going underground. Fortunat's ability to maintain a stiff upper lip is being sorely tested. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aetherburner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make our your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? I'll be right back. I'm gonna step away to use the bathroom and get something to drink. There we go. I have my drink and I am back. Let me just turn on my headset. Let's see, we need to teleport here. Do they intend to carry everything to the in the Archeon to the moon? They said they'd started loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? Someone surely object to the forum allowing foreign elements to have the run of their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. It has been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As fast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they had been willing to confide in us sooner. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above, making your peace with make your peace with what it is, or go outside of that if that's what you prefer. Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. It seems so long since we first set foot here. Among the many and varied documents that to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in Archeon. Mayhap the forum believed such records would provide insight into the ideal intricacies of critical duties. Regardless, the Loporus did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon lift. Step inside and have Ophelian take you to the middle circle. Would you wish to use the lift? Yes. You would wish you would use Let's reread that. You wish to use the lift? Yes. Words are hard. I have sent your associates ahead to Logicon Alpha. Logicon Alpha. I cannot read the names. On the other side of the Muriel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Let's see. This is... Labyrinthos, I'm missing 4 of them. Where am I supposed to go? Looks like it's down there. Ah, it's down there. Looks like it's in here. Oh, there you are. Having words with Master Fortunard by any chance? Knowing the forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why it near brought a tear to my eye. We must be close to the central circuit, which is where Charling's greatest secrets are held. If the tomes I perused told the whole story. The field was we passed along the way brought back memories of Daniel. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. The further underground we go, the more surprised we find. I wonder what this place is actually for. Looks like Fortunat is not here. We are to wait for while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisecon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What, and he left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, he'd been asking father how clouds are made. I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow in ignorant of the wonders. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Laporites in creating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. So, the subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiarch, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the Grimm's fate that awaited Atheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Laporites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, and thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. I can't read that. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out. The construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circle. I'm just going to call it the Central Circle from now on because I can't read the word. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Heidelin, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Charlene's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. This is it, the Central Circle. Please tell me we're almost there, or is there another underground level we have to reach? The Evermore Central Circle, perhaps? The sooner we can get a look at this Aether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working out how to improve it. The temperate environment here is unlike that Bestoway Burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown wary of the scent of carrots. I imagine the secret kept here would be of great benefit to mine own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. Oh, we're too far away. The further down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. Oh, there was more. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be so idealistic. I have no doubt that I have no idea what makes Alphanode so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume, a not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. The Aether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokul Dokul, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Looks as though I have made a gray barrier. Oh, there we go. Trial? He looks lost in thought, though it seems he's hit something of a stumbling block. Is he talking to himself? Surely the forum hath already petitioned the good developers, given their familiarity with such technologies. For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier shrouding it. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice. He hasn't even realized we're here, or perhaps he has realized but just doesn't care. I was expecting a Sky Steel manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. While many of the facilities within the central circle seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive works must be carried out behind closed doors. This is the man we seek. Do try not to startle him.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Etherburner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loporits?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff.
No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it, though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
You want me to fetch him? But go and fetch the... What's it?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? This plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Yep. The Loporits are adorable. Pigeon, you do this, doing all this, but I ain't getting my hopes up just yet. Though Bahamut is long gone, the internal Hulk are far from safe. It could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past Mericidian dragons, nor is there any danger of the Elder Primal might be summoned again. Even so, I dare say there are still a fair few Alagon creations and contraptions remaining to bar our friend's way. I only hope that grandfather watches over them. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the seventh umbral calamity would become the key to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louis watches over us from the ethereal sea. First of the Telefari and not the final days. Huh. No one can accuse the Ilzabard contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't all so committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Alphanote, and the contingent was palpable. The change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. I'm confident that even in the deadliest of Alagon defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their name as a certain warrior of light. Time and time again, it seems that Alagon something or other are either the cause of or the solution to our problems. To think the self-selling materials that once launched Dalamed will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. I already talked to you. I talked to you. I talked to you. Yeah, I talked to everyone. Kyle. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphanote has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation. As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relative parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan Make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Please.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Yes, I love her too. I love Lise too.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Oh, they're all gonna say the same thing. Okay, let's talk to Alphinaud. No job too small. Alphinaud is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of assistance? You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Alagon technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes in matching attire. You seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Grahatia establish a report, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond in terms of our agreement. But I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traveling the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. I will say this I have said this before, but I will say this again. I wish Ffxiv hadn't died in Heaven's Ward. Though I have been told that had he not died, things would have gone far worse. As stated by, apparently, Yoshipi. Well, aren't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlian Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busy in themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. I shall endeavor to provide Master Kokol with whatever information he should require. I admit, without refined adamantite, I ain't got a bloody clue how else I could get the Aether Burner performing any better. If you lot didn't come up with the goods, don't come up with the goods, we're buggered. Me garçon. Yeah, but still, it's sad. Same with Izel. I wish she had not died. If anything, I wish she was caught by Beetlefnir. Or Ffxiv, not Beetlefnir. I wish she was caught by Ffxiv after using Shiva, turning into Shiva, instead of perishing. That would have made for a good comeback for her later. What? Yeah. What a quaint little settlement this is. A shame it is hidden underground. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circle, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they are permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Charlian society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called Charlian Hamlet. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork. So much as wave a shaft of documents at me, and I'll put my lance through it. This idiot. As surprised as I was to learn the forum's plans to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. Do my senses deceive me? In the shadow of yon corner. One can but hope this landeth not be mischievous, not too mischievous undertaking. Wait, in the corner. Can we actually see a Loperate? That would be around here. Nope. Anyway, we've talked to everyone, so let's talk to Alize. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration the Scholarch mentioned. I cannot read his actual name, so I just call him Scholarch. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet at by the Aetherite once our work is done. Chocobo Keep. Gather information from 3 people in a very large area. Oh, there's one? Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It mostly lists of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, and I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they are not enormous, looming geists. Why? I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. Let's find the next one. Helping with the arc, even with this all the power Master Coco managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burner, it's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. We'll believe in the plan, and all will be well. Up there's the third one. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aether Burner. Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading supplies all day in and day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be crossing them if I misplace a few lugworms or what have you. The forums got enough on their plate as it is, with deciding who gets to board the Ark and win. Lots of powerful people who've opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunod and the others. Hardly a moment to rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Now I'm gonna step away and see if my dinner is ready. If it's ready, I'm going to eat. Then I'm going to come back. BRB. Okay, I have returned. After a terrible dinner. So basically my dinner was one taco and a small pile of carrots. That was not enough to fill me up, so I had to eat, again, one of the protein bars my mom sent me, which are supposed to last about half a month. They haven't even lasted me a week for half the box. Just to make this how clear that these people are not feeding me, a box of protein bars that is supposed to last half a month has not lasted me half a week for half the box. What joy to sample the delights of a theorist. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion at the Curatorium. It's all thanks to Ariandre, you see. He taught me that finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew little about. So many dishes, so many hard to pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Archon's loaf. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoy, I shall make enough to last the whole journey. Crikey, I wasn't expecting to see you here, Wolf Mage. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye after having those other Loperids attack you. Terrible misunderstanding that. Not to worry though, as all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little on account of the savagery. But time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. Fancy meeting you here, Wolf Mage. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magic. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. As someone flies by with a bed. We were hoping the forum would give us a grand tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare, and they're still not ready. I suppose we just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Ariandre and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaged in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest? Wouldn't that be fun? I forgot to talk to Ariandre. It would appear the Loperids have infiltrated Charlian's most heavily guarded facility. How I know not. If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused. Don't you worry. Wise guides. Try as he might, Urianger cannot free himself of the Loporits. A tour of Labyrinthus. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities between this artificial environment and Bestway Burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with the conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspective. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead us this venture. What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that giant big what's it over there? Over yonder? Ah yes. The what's it. I shall leave explanations to Old Mage. Chuckle. This is all very interesting, I'm sure, but where are the food production stations? What was the word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me, putting away our newly appointed chef of pudding research is a discipline he himself bonded after sampling Urianger's delights, has gone in search of Aetherius' ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it is a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? Living Way? Considering Singing Way and Growing Way's specialties, I expect them to pay full attention to your explanations, which I am sure will be most informative. My word, what magnificent architecture, such immaculate curvature. I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unturned. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magic is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attentions to the most important features. The Loporits' technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. We would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed superstitions of our own. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Charlium. What's it? Search for points of interest. Observe the mushroom-like thing. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of the tanks? I can see that window. See through that window another pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying water, drawn from below. Is that a water heater from... Is that water I hear from inside that giant tube? It must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. That looks like the trees in the greatest Evervale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom and big and round at the top. Quite telling from something so abstract too. Unexpected. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Hunt train. Similar to Lamp from yesterday. Lamp. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, it's purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. Am I right? I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install even the harshest even in the harshest environments, for as slopperous that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near oases. Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Garibani. So wherever you choose to live, you're near a form of water. Oh dear, I worry we weren't able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from dying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order. Once we've collected the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Elf Note spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Labyrinthos, through Lokios and Alpha, did he not? Perhaps the operates will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Ah yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlie and Hamlet. Shall I lead the way? You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice that many dangerous-looking creatures with big and nasty teeth lurk beyond the safe confines of this settlement. We were not escorted here by burly... Were we not escorted here by burly custodians? I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many hungry predators with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loporits may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing a safe passage to Logskin Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I would rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction. What's it? Loporits are adorable. Hello, Eddie. Let's see. Looks like the way out is this way. Let's mount up. Borb. Bird up. I have a feeling the way forward is not clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you could tell the local beasties we're not nearly as delicious as we might appear. Nope, before I do that, let's summon the Chocobo. Chocobo, Floofy Bloom. Put it on healing duty. I don't think I'm going to make it to Endwalker post endgame, but I might make it to at least the start of post Endwalker before patch. I say, that fiend had a mind to feast on roasted loperit. So thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Quick question. How are they not fit for combat when they were attacking us with spells and stuff on their moon? Yep. I guess that's true, but Growing Way, you were definitely fit for combat when I last met you. What happened? You were one of the ones who attacked me. What happened? That was all very exciting. A bit rather, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly were we planning to head back later? I mean, he did take a rather blunt hit to the head by me, but so maybe. Let's get moving. That building looks nice and solid and safe. You've done well to see those two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. I can't help noticing a distant lack of carrots along the way, or many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see. Though I did catch a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. My friend, I bid you welcome to Logisicon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. Ride the lift. Forgive me for asking, but are we any closer to the kitchen? Come to think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric menu culture are hardly my area of expertise. As I understand, this place is Labyrinthos. Places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely. That was terrifying, but at least scenery was more pleasant than worrisome. Worrisome. Garlemald? What's its name? What's its name? Garlemald? As a first impression of Aetheris, it was far from favorable. Anyways, onwards and upwards, quite literally, as is the case here. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. I acknowledge the knowledge we'll gain here will be essential once we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or rather, mankind turned out that... Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of available resources, I wonder. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. On this occasion, 'twould behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in positions of possession of schematics rather useful, and other useful documents should the operators require them. As the forum esteemed guests, 'tis likely that they would be As the forum's esteemed guests, 'tis unlikely they would be refused, yet thou knowest as well as I the corrigible disposition of Charlene bureaucrats. Our agriculture shock. Hugingway is eager for a change of venue, or at the very least, a change of what's it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provisions but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provisions facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mural Agrononics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Orianji was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Actually, there's a teleporter. No, there's not where I need to go. See you later, Eddie. Have a nice night. This must be... One moment. My screen decided to go on the fritz again. Which means I need to unplug the HDMI cord and plug it back in. Thank you. It's a rather old monitor, so... This is the place, yes? The hearty aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruits and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pleas. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples? Cooking Way is not following us. That's a nice dress. Okay. Ah, what a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mineshaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here and here up there. First on the moon, then whichever star the forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden and unreal, and so real. And don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Oh. It's getting darker. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment, so many species doomed to extinction. So that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Let's see, where to take Cooking Way first. First, let's double check and make sure there's no talking points. There is none, okay. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than the philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I braved an erupting volcano for a choice punch. Yes, they are rather moreish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them makes it make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Let's see, where to next? Open our map. Oh, it's over here. They look like either oranges or apples. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first? The fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Coriandre about explaining the expanding my vocabulary. I simply can't find words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated. Complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Cooking Way is an adorable bean. What happens if you slash pet? Anything? No. Still. Slash pet of Cooking Way. Slash hug Cooking Way. Okay, back to work. that color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrot? No, in any case, Popper Nomenclature is less of a carrot than the is nomenclature is less of the concern. Proper nomenclature is less of the concern than the taste. Black. So hard and flavorless. May as well be chewing a piece of wood. But that's all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly kids. Stop. You can't just eat those. Can't you see those are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there's anything more delicious, how about that yellow fruit over yonder? When life gives you lemons? What I wonder is fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue is poisoned. Is this poison? Lemons? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Heck, it may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Ah, Cooking Way, you're such an adorable bead. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with grapes and carrots. Less so the pumpkins, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I still feel violated. So violated. Haha, first time was it. I'd hate for you to leave with bad taste in your mouth. In more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemons? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity. Bit of a snack, bit of sick coming up there. learn more of your incredible, inscrutable ways. Well, very well, Lemon Muffin, do your worst. Cooking way. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so eloquently. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemons in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even mean the difference between life and death. I know we wouldn't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonizes over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we are to survive. Such strength of will. I now know why Heidel. I now know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporits, were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and of the fate of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled its basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet, civilization since time immemorial has deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my erosion, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Anyway, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. And don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. we'll work together to preserve as many of Ffxiv's species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably, let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Why do I get the feeling that Loporrits were this game's closest approximation to rabbit moogles? Oh no! Floofy Bloom! No, come back out! We adventured together. Not to rub it in, but we had the most fascinating time while you were away. Urianger was able to obtain all manner of materiological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible. Though there's no telling how long it will be. 100 years, 1,000, probably closer to 5,000, give or take. Where have you and Kukuwe been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I'm the leader, after all. Oh, there you are, On. Have the others finished talking about rainmaking what's its yet? By cooking ways broad grin, I assume your excursion was a roaring success? That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places formed for their famed for their cuisine? Lem's Elements is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less savory establishments. With that, I had some time to visit, and the more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Muffins. I wonder if this is how Pudding Way felt the first time Urianger made pudding. Though I'm not sure that actually was pudding. Come to think of it, something about it seemed a bit off. Sage Council. Rianche appears to be tallying the loppers in preparation for an imminent departure. Wolf Mage, I trust thy time in Muriel agromanics did bear fruit, though our own efforts were too rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and as for a fortnight, alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every lopper there, should their questions should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Anyway, it's time for me to take my meds. I'm gonna step away to do so. Okay, heading over. That was ever so delightful, and with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's in visions for your people's comfort. inversions for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for beings so lacking fur. Why do I ask Japki to make carrot muffins? Why did I not ask Japki to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked good bursting with happiness. Oh no, there was nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, think as much as I possibly can while we're here. What does that look for? What did I say? Oops. I forgot to talk to Ryanje. Yes, Wolfmage, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data of Aetheris at Lashkin Alpha, that's why. A forest is lovely. So lovely and so leafy. Are all of you forest like this? The Black Shrouded is indeed quite leafy, a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant at least. The trees of Dravania stand particularly proud. You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. Gasp, gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, and to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you. Trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy of their uniqueness. No less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard a tiny voice. Egrid. How didst thou fare? I was able to... Oh my god, my glasses are foggy and I cannot see. I was able to gain a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at a moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burning. Me, be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose I can. It can't hard to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? Tis as good a place as any to come. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us thy troubles. Those little fellows do look good. Look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the airship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless Alagon technology. It's all true, but I know. That's none of that is guaranteed. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in the Great Expanse. All the tests we've run would have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be boarded for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? If it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aetherburner's design was flawless, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. I'm not sure about that, but well, maybe you could tell me if there's any aspect of the ship design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks for one, I devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spectrum, I can't read that word, spell, to generate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos, there's rather than separate spaces. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred tells true, still others would benefit from insight born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loperates to attend them? An excellent idea, if I don't say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheirys, and learn more about them while we're doing it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Wolfmage, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperate. And I do so look forward to that. Let's place every Loperate and every Loperate in their place. Yes, precisely. However, it would also be prudent to have a redundant system in the event of failure. Thank heavens that I asked you. Let's look around. We have a rather large area, so let's go ahead and mount up. Actually, what better mount to do this than the one following us around? We have to find 8 people. Aha. At the end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utterly buckled the next. And yet I've never felt more so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. We need to seek out 8 people. 46 bunches of weeds on the ground. 46 bunches of weeds. Rip one out. Add to the mount. 55 bunches of weeds in the... Yep. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little breaks, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on walking, and then I noticed these weeds and pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. That's 1 found. We need to find 8. Given that my eyesight is beginning to fail again, there we go, saved. Now I can actually see it. Apologies, but I'm awaiting delivery. Whatever it is, you will have to wait. It seems this cleaner is too busy to chat, if for his benefit or otherwise. Level-headed engineer. Concerns, nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It only makes the work go so much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. What am I thinking about? Medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness and injury that one might face in the great expanses beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there, it definitely might have on the body. The crew of the moon? From the moon? Why did I not think of that? That's 2. Apprehensive engineer. By the gods, my chest is tight. I'm dying. Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes. Highly unlikely, highly. Our visitors can help me triple check the structural flaws. You say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Blasted assistant, where have they gone off to at a time like this? beg your pardon, I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly, I swear, when I find those assistants of mine. The Lopperts are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't spent a week in... slept in weeks, lazy sods. Check gold here. Nope, nothing. In time you shall follow. How may I help you? What a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh, fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't worry, I can manage. I hope you plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. Worries? No, I believe I'm fine. Thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it, though. This researcher already has the support she needs. Skeptical researcher? Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but searching for new stars, the part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the foreman, but they said will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me if I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on a God knows what made by God knows who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Chocobo! Heap. Tired Gleaner. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for builds now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cumbills too. This cleaner seems fine if in need of a break. Huh? consult our collaborators? I suppose that could be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the Aether Burner make our ordeal make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purpose. Thank you for letting me know. We're missing... My face? What's wrong with my... Ow. Perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna and only the proper fauna are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loporits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clues as well. Inscrutable? Yes, you. Ideas? Idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody flip of permit. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be able to be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to infect this man with the Loporits. Let's see, where is the last one? We gotta mount up because this is a rather large area, and there aren't many places I haven't looked. It's always the last one that is hardest to find. Not out there. Up there they are. Provided I can get up there. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. I am supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling, but if I'm already falling apart under the pressure. You know a airship pilot that I might speak with, truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Talk with Oriange. Mage, he said he was glad we spoke, and he thanked me. It was all worth it after all, wasn't it? Even the mistakes we made, because now we can tell them what not to do. Behold, Wolf Mage, through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos, barely to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more loppers as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attention, watch over them, I prithee. I pray that Living Way is joyed to see so many ardent souls when she doth return. It's not even 4th of July yet, and they're already setting off fireworks.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Etheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida. Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oops, I accidentally pushed the S key, which is backwards. Oh, you must be the one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? The classical Rhodogean language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why the name why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first told her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed aglow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that selfsame light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was, but fiery as Moonbreeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Oh, I need to move my chocobo out of the way. We spent so long gazing at the stars, wondering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among the people, to be part of their lives and know that we've made a difference, it's so much more than ever dreamed. I assure you that my fellow Loperites are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. Goodness me, I've never felt like there was too little time before. There are so many people to talk to, so many things to learn. I was so busy asking questions about Aetheris that I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where would I begin? Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue one. I can raise a glass to Umbrina. Oh, Wolf Mage, be assured that I am fine. I am. Well, glad am I to see them too, after so very long. Gilder gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, 'twould have been far harder had I faced them alone. Hither in Yams. The pull of anxiety over Charlene's hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. Ahem. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loppers. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Torgal! As always, anytime you get Torgal, you must pet the good blood. Oh, hello, Mousy. Oh, that is very neat. It's always a neat thing to see something like that. What kind of spider was it? Were you able to identify? This has piqued my interest. I'm gonna see if Mousy's in the call thing I was in earlier. Nope. Sorry, it's too dark outside at the moment. Okay. Well, it's still neat to see something like that. I'm glad you got to see it. I thought maybe it was inside your house, so that's why I asked. But yeah, anytime there's a cutscene, I tend to pay attention to that rather than chat. So I'm sorry if I miss any messages. Alize! Squeal, squeal. Wolf Mage, what are you doing here? No, I don't mind if you help. with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting task. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get the Apira, get these to Apra. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphanode should be waiting for us when we arrive. See you there. Deliver the crate of samples to Alphanode. You will have 3 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. Oh, I have to actually pick it up. I thought it automatically picks it up. I wonder, if I run, does... I'm gonna put my Chocobo in tank stance so that it can pull things off of me. Anytime they decide to get active. Carrying an object in your arms, growing wearier with each passing second. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there and with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Huh. Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we're tasked with bringing these boxes to Apra to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operation of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopoldian is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Yes, Proto-Mage. Ah, I just realized that's you, Tomic. I'm doing good. I misread the name momentarily. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering we are here, we might even learn something of interesting. We might even learn something interesting. I can words, I promise. Did I tune to this? Yes, I did. Okay. So I don't have to walk all the way back over there after this. tuned to the Aetheryte. I keep thinking I've seen him somewhere, but I can't for the life of me remember. This must be Theo Paulden. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Fortunate's children, are you not? Alphonode and Alize at your service. We're well acquainted. You're well acquainted with father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were high, wandering hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again. Wondering your father's... Wielding your father's nullies? Nullis? No doubt? You know our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and Rams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happens to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. So how about each of you take one? Wait, right here. You'll find the forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphonode and Alize. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Southernmost entrance. Is that over here? Are you not one of the scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Aetherburner. Signed documentation? Theo Paulton's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his will. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at least. As for your other tasks, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most important monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so we must be I can't read that word. In all respects, risk a privilege. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stem your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers are only need to be delivered to elsewhere. Only needed to be delivered elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment now. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining in our possession. You will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand for far below your admissions. Why, even as babes, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and that's quite enough of that. Thank you. It's was compromising stories of our parents that we asked to hear, not reiterate. To reiterate. Of course, I know your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard the... I can't read that word. Hope. A lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been part of our pride. 'Tis why I can't read that word. Words are hard. Pronouncement? Renounces the ways of war and pursues enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisaw took not to new words and his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his fears that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was not the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilization that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow thus. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is fault. It is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louiswell lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlie or no. No one loved or admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet fortunately I could not reconcile Louiswell's deeds with the philistry of their forebears and his peers, the philistry in which he believed so fervently, yet made a parish for his father. Fortunat agonized over his contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. It is not always thus. God's no Fortunat could say cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are consistently in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen on his face. I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you in an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he decided to give action, a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, and I'm sure you're willing to agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me in too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper place, and the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Graha, surely Cole hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse now. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but won't you? I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Wolf Mage? Can you spare the time? perfect. This shan't take long. But I think that is a good place to stop the stream for tonight. We've gotten pretty far into the story. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed my stream. I hope you guys stop by again. Till next time, I've been Wolfmage 1011. I'll see you guys then. Bye!